Season 2, baby. All right, let's get to it. First, we're gonna go. Oh, this is what we're gonna do. Oh shit. Chucky. Here's to another season. Let's go, baby. Hell yeah. Yeah, man. This one's gonna be way better. This one's gonna be way better. Yeah, what is it? What is it? Let me know. Right, so, dude, look at speaking of New Year's resolution. Yeah. But look at this. Look at this is pretty much my New Year's resolution. It's just like a whole. It's like 12 pages of everything that I want to do. These are my goals, and then this is why and how I'm gonna do them, and then this is literally like just scheduling them. So yeah, but here I'll get a pen. I like writing stuff down too. I don't think there's just something about it. It's way better to like if you write it down. I feel like your brain actually remembers it. Where the heck is my? Okay, all right. Alrighty. I'm all ears. Shoot, let me send this. I know. Like, I bet I'm not gonna read this over because that's just gonna take too much time. I just want to move on, but I know it's probably like barely readable. I'm just gonna send it to my brother and my dad and some other guy. Call it a day, but I'm gonna get my website ready so they can at least look at it. And after this, here I do know I'm gonna do this. Did I send this? All right, cool. That's everything. Boom. Every day. Okay, so when you're back in Chicago, I feel it. When another burden on me, I will be free. Yo, Goku! Happy New Year, bro.
Happy New Year. How you been, brother?
Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. Yo, yo.
Season 2, baby. So right now, I'm just like,
Just one day. To do every day. And we're just gonna write that down. We're gonna put that right there. And then I got my calendar. I'm gonna hang it up right there. And I'm gonna write all this stuff on it. And that's how we're gonna do it. This month is gonna be pretty chaotic, but after that, I think it's gonna be all will make sense. All will make sense. I've been cooking. I haven't given up on y'all.
I know it may seem like it, but believe me, I haven't given up.
Yeah, I guess that it's not no, it's not done. So it's not done. It continues. Because technically I didn't live stream for 1 year. Think about it. I missed so many days and my camera was off so many times. Like, I don't know. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna count every hour that I've missed. So every hour that my camera was off or that I wasn't streaming, I'm gonna count up and then I'm gonna subtract it from 8,760, which is how many hours there are in a year. And then that's how many hours I need to stream this year. Does that make sense?
And
Because only when I live stream 8,760 hours can I say that I live stream for 1 year.
and also I I'm making a new rule.
So when I do that, I'll have a counter. Like I'm gonna add a counter and everything. Uh, like a countdown to like when I'm done, or like how many hours I've streamed, or whatever. I don't know.
And then also for every I'm gonna add a new thing for every dollar that's donated. I add one more hour.
Chicken nuggets. Sarah as well. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what do you? Well, I wasn't streaming a second ago, but now I am. 24/7. We're back. We are so back, baby. I swear, I swear. Okay, so
Sarah's well. She is
She's having a blast. Read. Yeah, I have not. No, I have not. I have not. But that changes. That changes. I'm gonna fix it. I haven't given up. I'm gonna make it right. Trust, trust, trust. I'm gonna make it right. I'm gonna make it right. All will make sense very soon. All will make sense very soon. Don't give up on me. Mm, I do have to make a video explaining everything, but it's just I don't feel like doing. I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like doing it. I don't feel like explaining it right now because I've done it so many times in my head and then also like out loud. I'll say it anyways. So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna count every hour. I'm gonna go back and count every hour that I wasn't streaming, like whether the camera was off or I wasn't online or something like that. I'm gonna count up all those hours from last year, subtract it from 8,760 hours, which is how many hours there are in a year, and then that will be like the what do you call it? But the answer to that will be what am I saying? Yeah, right. Oh my gosh. That's how many hours I'll need to stream this year. That's what I'm saying. So only when I stream 8,760 hours can I say I live stream for 1 year. And I'm adding for every dollar donated is no, for every dollar donated adds 1 hour. But like I gotta add the counter and also have to know how many. Yes, that's like later on. That's like later on. Oh my Christmas was good. How was y'all's? How was y'all's? Wait, chicken nugget. What do you mean I gave up on you? I didn't give up on you. See, this is why I need to go. What do you mean, Goku? What happened? And life does that, so not it really do be like that. Um. Yeah, I got a lot of work to do. Oh, rip. Well, that's. I mean, hey, dude, that is the mindset you need to have. You'll be just fine if you got that mindset. Because that only attracts good things, and you'll attract someone with the same mindset that won't break your heart. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. And when I'm back in it. This is probably disgusting, but we're doing it anyways. Hell yeah, bro. That is such a W, Goku. That is such a W. Dang, bro. You've come so far since since last talk. At least when when I first met you, you have come long ways, bro. I'm proud of you, man. That should always be the angle. Hell yeah. Dude, that makes me so happy to hear, man. Some people never get to that point. Even I, like, just recently, like, came to that same conclusion. Well, I'm with say like, not about the single part, but as far as just like simplifying it down to that, it really is all about that. It's not about money, it's not about fame. It's about making the people around you happy. Making sure they got a smile on their face. All right, nice. That's exactly what we want. Boom. Nice. I love that. Hell yeah. You know, everybody says everybody says that. Everybody says, "Oh no, I don't online date." I've said that. I said that many times, and then like you just you end up falling for somebody, You really like them, and you're like, shit, like I don't care what I do. I'll write. I'll like like if I gotta write letters to Sarah to talk to her, I would. That's what I gotta do. Then I'll do it. So she'll she'll. I'm sure she'll change her mind. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, bro. Let her come to you. Definitely not being pushy always works. Like, or you got to know when to chase and when not to. When is she like trying to like show that, like sometimes like a girl will want you to prove that like you actually love her, and sometimes you just have to like sit back and let her come to you. How you know when to do what is something you gotta figure out by yourself. I don't know, because I don't even know that. Um, when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Okay, let's see. Name. And then Majoinga going. What's good, my friend? Happy New Year. Are you ready for round two? We're gonna do bigger and better things this year. We're gonna stick with it. We're gonna stick with it. And I'm gonna show y'all what I got cooking. Just be patient. At least for this month, all will be revealed. All will be revealed. Yes, yes, yes. How are you, Majonga, going? Oh, is that? I assume that's a good thing. It's better. It's better than not having work. That I know that. Nice. Yeah. I mean, yeah. If she's worth the wait, the right woman is worth the wait, and that is good. Then things are going very well for you. That is good. Man, I don't know. I just got a good feeling about 2026. I just got a good feeling. Call me an optimist. Call me an optimist. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I know this is boring, but I'm almost done. All right. All right. All right. Work on mural. You know, Boom. Yes, yes, Goku. Um. To be honest, I kind of already consider like we're already married to me. You know, I think of her as my wife. So at least in my eyes, we're already married. But if you're talking about like the ring and all that, what and whatnot, probably when I think when I have all my my business like figured out. Like I have a steady income. Like I know I have a steady income and I'm not so busy. It's like, dude, it's like I don't even have time for any of that. I, when I hit like 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, that's probably when I'm gonna marry her. Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna be an issue. I think I'll hit it this year. I think I'll hit it this year. I'm not gonna lie. In fact, I know I'm gonna hit it this year. I know I said that last year. But I'm serious this time. I got the plan. I got the plan right here. But if I do this plan, if I am able to do this every single day, I will have 100K by the end of the year. I have no doubt. If I stick to this and I stick to the plan, I will have everything that I need to succeed in life. No doubt. But I think I'm gonna need this month. It's gonna be difficult to do this because I had to set everything up. Like today, I had to focus on finishing the website. I gotta finish the website. No, I cannot. I don't really want to, anyways. I think I think a lot of people are trying to do that. Yeah, let me just call him up real quick. Let me just hey, bud. What would I even say to him?
Uh, yeah, but he that's what I'm saying. He wouldn't even like accept what I did. I think once I like I can't even say that I live streamed for 1 year 24/7 because I didn't, you know? But yeah, I can't even say I did that because I haven't. But I can say that I live stream 24/7 for 1 year if I live stream 8,760 hours. Once I do that, then I can say I actually did it. But I can't say that right now because I didn't. I haven't live streamed for a year. It's just how it is. But you know, like if I like, it's important that if I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. You know, I can't like I'm not gonna half-ass it. I'm not gonna like kind of do it. It's got to be done, and it's got to be done good. And that is what we call. That's what we call PP. That is what we call PP. Pursuing perfection. The big PP. What is pursuing perfection? And this is what we're gonna work on now. Um, I need to. What is pursuing perfection? That is what That's what I'm gonna talk about. I don't like what I wrote. I'm gonna redo this. I agree with some of it, but most of it is I think it was pretty arrogant. I think I sound too arrogant. So let's see what I wrote. But this is like the motto. This is our This is this year's slogan: pursuing perfection. PP for short. It's like virginity. You ever heard of virginity rocks or like uh full send? This is like that's like my version of it. You know? You know what I'm saying? You know? While true perfection is impossible, the pursuit can result in extraordinary outcomes. Hell yeah. All right. So we're going to go to Google. Oh, wait, no. Hey, let's go. All right. You like it? You like it? You got to tell me if I'm cooking or not. Oh, shit. No, this is not it. Did I forget what did I use to make this website? Let's go. You like it. All right. That's what we're going to do. So, almost everything is set up for me to like start actually like I'm like getting the ball this month. I'm like setting everything up. I'm setting up like I got like I'll have a few like I'm setting everything up. So the last thing I have to do is like polish that little thing off, and then I have to add some more artwork onto the thing, and then I can actually start posting again. And we got to make a little tiny video. Do we? Why did I put that on there? Hell yeah, man.
No, you came in. You came into stream. You came into stream with this like on the same wavelength, bro. It was kind of crazy when you said the stuff up there. It was kind of I was like, dang, bro. I was very happy to hear that. Okay, all right. Time to lock in. Time to lock in. What freaking website did I use to? This is It's GoDaddy. Okay, it is GoDaddy. All right, hold on. All right. Fuck. Did you? I wonder if y'all saw. Oh my. Ugh. Sometimes it be like that. Well, you gotta be careful. Oh, dude, I have to fucking stop. I have to make sure that I don't look at. Hold on. Let me lock in. Just on this little thing. Oh my god, that made me so lightheaded. Oh, you're hilarious. That's so funny. That's so funny. That is so funny. Where did you think of that? Where did you think of that, Khalil? Golly, man. You, you mischievous monkey. You mischievous monkey. Always, always got something to say. But, Khalil, it is nice to see you. Happy New Year. Oh my gosh, let me see. Bro, look at this, Khalil. You want to see? This is the plan. This is the master plan. 12 pages. This is the goals. These are the goals. And then we got 12 pages of what to do, like how we're going to do it and why. We got what we're going to do every day, and then what we're going to do. Like, dude, I'm going to make it happen. It does, man. It flies by. It flies by. Oh, you can't see anything because my thing's in the middle. But I promise it's good things. Right now, we're just gonna polish up the website. Polish up the website. It says I said make a video. I guess sure. Why not? I guess we're making a video. We'll stick to that. Dude, I'm getting there. I'm really trying to. I woke up at like 8 p.m. yesterday. We're painting a mural. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we're painting a mural, and I spent a bunch of time like getting like just prepping it. So I ended up like going to sleep at like noon, waking or like going to sleep around 3 or 4, waking up at noon or waking up at 8, and then I literally made that plan took me like 10 hours to write. And I'm trying to like practice sleeping. Like I want to like make sure because I'd be doing that all the time, just staying up for days on days on days. I really want to try to sleep, but I suck at that, man. I'm so bad at sleeping. I miss. Nah, I don't miss. All right, dude. Ugh. Whatever. I forgot my password. Okay. All right, fine. I forgot my password. What? And when I'm back in Chicago, I'm feeling it. When we bum bing bum bum bing. I was with Jack. I was with Jack. We got a bagel. We got a bagel together, and that's about it. I was only with him for like 30 minutes, but I wish I could have stayed longer. Oh wait, hold on. Damn. Uh, how do you feel? What do you think that about? Hold on. Huh. Okay. What do you think? What do you think about him not walk? Because he said he was walking across around the border. I think he's gonna be fine. I think he's gonna be fine. But dude, he was. I was gonna walk the Mexican border with him when he got to Mexico. Like I was like, dude. I told him I was like, when you get to the Mexican border, I will walk the Mexican border with you. But I guess now I don't have to do that because he changed his mind. Oh, you didn't even know that he was walking around the perimeter of America. Yeah, I know. Who knows? I mean, he changed his mind. I mean, he changes his mind a lot, so he might change it. He might change it back. But I'm almost tempted to like call him and try to convince him to walk around it. I don't know. He like it's his life, so he knows what the best decision is. He said he like felt like it wasn't his thing. Wow, dude, my web's this thing. People are actually going to the website. Huh? What is this? It would probably take a few years, yeah. But he was like allowing hitchhiking. Like from Charlotte to Wilmington, it only took him a week, he said, or like 5 days. It's like 100 miles. Let's see. Hold on. Actually, I'm curious. All right. So Yeah. Thank you. You probably did that because. Huh. Dang it! I was gonna use this to procrastinate. Okay, Charlotte, 182. So I'll trust you. Yeah, he could have done it in about a year. Maybe who knows? Like around a year. That's really not that long. And he could possibly encounter Joe Rogan hunting a bear. I don't think Joe Rogan would hunt a bear, bro. I heard him talking about a bear and how scared he seems pretty scared of them. he he seems pretty scared of bears. All right, all right, all right. Lock in. All right. What am I doing? Help me! What am I doing, bro? Please. One of these got to be it. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. All right. All right. Mm, are you serious right now? All right. Whatever. So, whoops. We're gonna go ahead and move these up, and bro, 100%. I'm being a llama. I was thinking about how much I love llamas today, and how awesome they were, and I was like, I came to like the most insane epiphany, man. Like, I was like, every time somebody's like, you know, Griffin, why do you like llamas so much? Like, it's like, and I every single time I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't know why I like llamas so much. All I know is that like I freaking love them. Like I'm obsessed with them. And I have no clue why. All I know is that when I look at like, llamas make me happy, and I just want to be around them. I want to own them. I want to take care of them. And like for whatever reason, I just freaking love llamas. Like they're awesome. They make me smile. When I look at them, they make me smile. They're hilarious. Bro, my main goal in life is to own the world's largest llama farm. That is my goal. And I was thinking, I was just like, why is like from like I can't remember a time where I didn't love llamas. I really can't. For like 20 years, I've always been obsessed with llamas. And I was thinking, I was just like, wow. I was like, they're such like useless animals, but they make so many people like happy. You know, Fortnite is obsessed with llamas. There's a lot of llama lovers out there. And but like they're so useless. Like, you know, it's like they really don't have any real purpose. Or it's like very like, you know, specialized purpose or whatever. And I was like, dude, that's kind of like art, you know? Like art is like if you really think about it, art's like kind of useless. But at least for me, like when I'm painting something or I'm designing something, the main goal is to make people smile. And I'll spend like hours, days, months painting something, trying to make sure it's good or right, just to make someone smile, just to accomplish my goal of making something smile. And what a llama does is it just exists. All it has to do is be a llama, and it does what takes me like months to do. It just does by existing. And I was like, dang, bro, that's why I love. I was like, that's why I love llamas so much because they're just, they just make me smile, and they make other people smile too. All right, so I'm rewriting this. I'm rewriting this because I just think it was a little. All right, we'll read it. We'll read it, but I know it needs to be redone. Bro, I don't I want to do it in real life. Like I want to have a real life llama as my best friend. You know? Maybe someone could write a book about it. I love llamas. I have always loved like imagining a llama flying. Bro, we really on to something. I feel like we use like portions of our brain, me and you. I feel like we use portions of our brain that like no human has ventured to. No, I just hate it already. I'm not gonna read this crap. For real. For real. We are. Oops. Yeah. Honestly, just say it. The better version, bro. The better. I didn't see. I don't think Einstein ever mentioned a llama. And if they ever mentioned a monkey, they were probably doing like unethical tests on them. So and was Isaac Newton really that smart? Was he really that smart? Being like, it's like discover gravity. Like, oh yeah, right. Bro saw an apple fall. Kind of overhyped in my opinion. If I don't touch this object, it won't move. And everybody's like, yo, he's on to something. He's on to something. All right. When I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me. I hurry wrong. I feel like that's really your only. I think you found your calling. I think you found your calling. All right. I think we're gonna make. I think we gotta make this shorter. That's why I made the video. I feel like it's best explained through video. All right. So, pursuing perfection, PP. That's my motto. Like full send. There's like, there's full send, there's virginity rocks. Mine is pursuing perfection, PP. And it's a mindset. It's a mindset. Just like full send. It's a mindset. Pretty much that sums it up. While true perfection is possible, the pursuit can result in extraordinary outcomes. And that's what I live my life by. Everything I do is PP. Everything I do is PP. Everything I do is PP. My art's PP. We all need to PP. Seriously, we all need always PP. Hmm. I don't even know where to start. Because the first like explanation, A, it's too long. B, it's too arrogant. And nobody peepees nowadays, you know? Nobody peepees. Everybody settles for, or too many people settle for, good enough and like get rewarded for it. As far as like social media wise, think about it. Like, and there's nothing wrong with being rewarded. The problem is when people who do PP are punished for it, Like think about think about the plumber, This guy, he's plumbing and he's making sure there's no leaks, there's no like, there's no I don't know, I'm not a plumber. But he's making sure everything's perfect, He's trying to do the best job he can. He doesn't have time to like go and make a video and like make it entertaining and like market himself. He's just trying to be the best plumber he can be. And like Instagram or like social media, they don't like that. Like they want like unless that plumber goes and like hires some like chick to sit there while he's plumbing, that's the only way he's gonna get views. That's the only way he's gonna get seen. But if he were to make videos about how good he is plumbing, he's like, yeah, he's like, it's like I know. Like he's just gonna talk about plumbing. He's never gonna get the recognition he deserves. So I made a page where like I find people like that, and I'm like, guys, look at this dude, look at the amount of time and effort he puts in it. He is peeping, and he deserves some recognition. Yeah, that's really all it is. I got to figure out a way to put that into words, like type them. No, Mr. Beast absolutely PPs. That's how he got to the level he is now. And guess what? Because Mr. Beast PP, everybody else had to PP. Everyone else had to PP too. Think about YouTube. Think about who was the most subscribed YouTuber before Mr. Beast. It was PewDiePie. PewDiePie. And what was PewDiePie doing? He was just kind of like gaming, He wasn't doing anything like sophisticated. He was just like choosing some random game to play, and then in the corner he's just like playing the game. And that was the most. That was 100 million subscribers. That was enough to get 100 million subscribers. Then Mr. Beast came along, raised the bar, like way past everybody else, and showed people what was possible. He showed you what you could do with YouTube, and it like raised the bar. So then everybody's content kind of like almost mimicked it. Like everybody started doing crazy stuff, and you all of a sudden like you needed to do some insane stuff to get like any notoriety on YouTube. And yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But so like take me. Look at this. This is what I'm kind of thinking. I said, I might leave this. We need a Mr. Beast of art. With attention span shrinking to seconds. Oh my gosh. Dude, I don't know. Don't remember what I wrote, but with attention spans shrinking to seconds, how can artists prove their relevance in the modern age? Some of the most talented artists alive have fewer than 1,000 followers. People who don't care about art anymore. And honestly, neither did I. I don't post or follow art because most of it feels boring and pointless. We need a Mr. Beast of art. Someone who can someone whose work you can't look away from. Someone who inspires by the end. Who inspires by the end. What was I rambling about? I'm like so close to it. No, no, no. Uh, that can go. That can go. That can stay. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's see. So, man, PP just means so much, like many things to me. I'm just so passionate about PP. Just so passionate about PP, man. All right. I am going to PP outside. This is interesting. This is interesting. Happy New Year! Let's go. Season 2, baby. All right, see you, bro.
That I said, first of all, I didn't say this targeted toward you. This wasn't said in any sort of racist connotation. I said this word in an emotional response. I said, fuck all y'all blanks. And it's a fucking mistake, and I'm fucking retarded. I'm a 34-year-old man child, and I have many, many flaws. And I'm an idiot for saying that. Daniel, you really have a problem with that? Why has it not been a problem? But if you really have a problem with that, why have you told me what the time? I don't have a problem with that. If you really have a problem with that, and I can say this, Ron, last summertime, fucking said it. He muted his mic and said it. The chat laughed, and everybody told him the same. And he said it. Lacey has admitted to saying it publicly. You know this. As it goes from this morning. Thanks, now. Yo. See a crack shop. Two little girls, see a crack shop. And did it in a grass hop. What I saw, I shot. Hey, bro. And just wait. Wait until y'all see that crypto shit that they on Zoom, twin. They got some cooking, twin. That's why all you niggas trying to. I'ma just laugh for right now, bro, because I don't get it. I'ma just laugh, bro. But just remember what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. So you down to show rest of the weekend? Yeah, I'll stay here forever. I don't care. Like, this is. Okay. You are one of the girls that I've never met. Best girls I've never met. I don't know. Okay. Well, anyways, nice hair. Holy shit, that's go. Oh. So, what the fuck you want to do? You can watch a movie or something else. What about anything else? Nothing.
I got luck in. I got luck in. I got luck in. Oh. All right. Oh. King Griffin, you're the first one to notice. I'm swell. I'm swell. Just having a little trouble locking in. All right. Enough of that. So, yeah. All right. All right. Well, I think I showed you already, but yeah, season 2, baby, season 2, season 2, season 2. We got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do. A lot of work and not a lot of time. Only 1 year. Yes. Yes. Well, okay, so um what I'm going to do eventually when I get to the point when I get to it, which will be hopefully like some like later this week, I'm going to go back, I'm going to count all the hours that I missed, all the hours that the live stream was off, and all the hours that like it wasn't like the can't like I wasn't live streaming. So I'm gonna add those all up. Then I'm gonna subtract it from 8,760, which is the amount of hours there are. Yeah, exactly. So subtract it from that amount, and then however much we get from that will be the amount of hours I live streamed this year. And I'll have like a timer, or I'll have a timer. It'll be like a countdown. And to make up for last year, I'm gonna be like every dollar donated will add another hour. We'll add another hour. So, dude, like I have this whole like there's a lot of stuff going on, but first things first is getting the website. Pursuing perfection. This is our motto. Pursuing perfection. It's called PP for short. Hello? Oh yeah. All right, I'm coming. All right, bye. I gotta get my laundry. BRB. BRB. Ooh, I'm gonna get some fudge. I'm gonna get some fudge. Oh fuck! All right. Ugh, I forgot the fudge.
I haven't really had any. Okay, so. All right, I gotta remember. I put in like 4 minutes. I gotta go back inside to get my pizza. All right. Bro, so I took a risk yesterday and I got buffalo chicken bacon wait, barbecue, like, and so at Domino's you can get, like, instead of tomato sauce, they can put barbecue sauce on it. And so it's like barbecue, chicken, bacon, whatever. I don't know. I tried it and it was pretty good. It was all right. They didn't give me forgot my sauce though. It is actually really good. But they forgot my sauce, which is I'm not complaining, but did PP die with the greats? Like the greats, PP is dead. No, I'm just gonna say. Nah, I'm gonna keep the thing. They are all dead. I'm talking about looked up 100 of the best artists, best painters, and they're all dead. Every single one. Not a single one of them is alive. They're all dead. And I'm going to explain that with my words. One more. Oh, okay. Goodbye. Um, yeah, bro. Season 2, man. Season 2. I'm like exhausted, so I'll probably go to sleep soon, to be honest. Ta-ta. I'm a genie in a bottle.
Yeah.
In a Texas cave, an explorer's started as a daring climb. Safety system failed catastrophic. Why did his rope snap mid-fall? How did his own gear turn against him? This is the chilling true story of the '09 well tragedy. Routine expedition became a desperate fight for survival. The cave didn't kill him. His mistakes did. Though we won't show the worst moments, this story contains disturbing details. The most rugged border on Earth. The one between two most populous countries, where a third of the world's population lives. Economies number 2 and 4. And between them, these massive mountains and a couple of small countries, a lot of disputed territory that has turned this border into the highest battleground. Militaries of both these nuclear armed countries fight, but with sticks and clubs. Forces could hear rifle fire echoing in these massive, valleys. Under attack, basically out of their control comes Emily the armed with stick. Did end up killing a bunch of each other with stick. As one soldier decides to fire his machine gun and goes for it, that could escalate pretty easily. Region now protected. Troops from both sides. Standoff patrolling these hideouts. But this 3,500 kilometers part of this relationship that matters. I started working on this story ago. The first thing I did is I reached out to the New Press community. Press is our new platform. We haven't actually launched it yet, but I reached out to the people on the wait list and I asked them what question perspectives they have the relationship between India and China. And boy, the community delivered. I got all of these responses from both curious people and from people who live in these countries or have expertise. And this video is richer in detail and accuracy because of it. This is the vision of New Press, already working before we launched. If you want to get on the wait list, just go to newpress.com and you'll be hearing from me soon. I want to take a look at this region, but to do so, I want to look at it through several different lenses, each of which reveals a different aspect of what's really going on in these guns. Relationship, but it's one that's reshaping very quickly as China races to project its power not just in Asia, but around the entire globe. Now, the United States is turning up the pressure here, putting India in a tricky position, and one that is only getting trickier as power quickly rearranges on the world stage. Here, the most visible symbol of the rivalry between these two. At least that's how it is today, but it wasn't always like this. Modern versions of these countries were both born in the late 1940s, and almost immediately they committed to each other to be good neighbors, to have, quote, peaceful coexistence, in their words. Both these countries recently independent, recent
established, were very friendly, very cooperative, together at the Global Forum. Wanted to look at the post-colonial countries coming up, Asian solidarity, Asian solidarity, those kind of questions.
This might have been a lot easier if the map had stayed like this one from the 30s, where this remote, highly independent region of Tibet separated the two countries.
India and China had never really interacted directly because there was this big cold desert called Tibet in between.
Tibet, this rugged roof of the world, led by a reincarnated Buddhist leader, the Dalai Lama, a place with distinct cultural traditions and a desire to be an independent nation. This place had been a buffer between the two giants. It may have remained so, but almost immediately, China wants to secure this strategic high ground for their new country. So soon after the Communist Party takes power in China, they send in troops to take Tibet. But they promise that they'll still let them govern themselves. But now, look, these two are right up against each other. India initially stays friendly, though a little more cautious towards China. They continue to try to peacefully coexist. But as more Chinese troops move into Tibet, the locals here feel that China's breaking their promise to let them retain their independence and their culture. So they rise up. They're afraid that the military is going to abduct the Dalai Lama. And soon the Chinese military is clashing with Tibetan resistance fighters, who, by the way, are quietly being supported by the United States, who opposes communist China. In the middle of all of this, the Dalai Lama escapes on foot, fleeing through snow and mountain passes and rivers, crossing this border into India.
Chinese Communist Party, particularly Mao, is very angry because Dalai Lama has fled to India and India is giving asylum to Dalai Lama.
The Indian government gives him refuge in this little mountain town, where he establishes a Tibetan government in exile. Soon 80,000 of his fellow Tibetans follow him into India, where they still live today, continuing to claim legitimate leadership over Tibet.
The Chinese accused India of trying to collude with the US to undermine China's sovereignty and to use this to change the disposition at the border as well.
So yeah, just a few years after they commit to peaceful friendship, tension is heating up between these two. 3 years later, these two giants are fighting a war in the mountains over border disputes. Some of them created by the fact that it's hard to draw borders on these rugged mountains, and others created by some British guy drawing a map in the 1800s. Boy, British drawn borders, a classic reason to fight a war. We'll get back to that more in a second. Now is as good a time as any to thank today's sponsors. Sponsors have no editorial influence in our videos, but they do make it possible for us to make these videos. And today's sponsor is one that I've used for about 3 years, and it has made my life less full of clutter. It's easy to forget that your information, your name, your date, your address, all of it is valuable. It's valuable to insurance companies and marketers who pay a lot of money to get that information so they can try to sell you stuff or try to sell other people stuff. This is why junk mail and robocalls exist. And yet, we all have a right to ask to be taken off the lists that these data brokers use to buy and sell your information. But it's a really hard, long process. So Incogni does it for you. When I signed up for Incogni, I gave them permission to go out on my behalf to request that my name and information be taken off these lists. And then I just get to sit back and they do all the work. And I get to check in on it if I want and track the progress. I recently checked and saw that Incogni has taken me off over 1,000 of these lists. You can even give them a specific site that you want your data taken off, and then they will do it for you with their custom removal feature. Anyway, I have the unlimited plan, which does this all the time. It's constantly running in the background, protecting my privacy, and you can get 60% off your own plan. This is interesting to you. If you go to incogni.com/Johnny Harris, clicking that link helps support the channel, but also get you on this discount. 60% off. That's incogni.com/Johnny Harris. Oh, and I think you have to use the code Johnny Harris at checkout to get the discount. Thank you, Incogni, for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to this war between China and India that really changed everything for these two.
India's defeated badly.
It was a huge humiliation for India. It lost. China was victorious.
China pretty handily wins this war. They now control a bunch of land in the mountains that is disputed, and suddenly these two short-lived friends are locked in a cycle of mistrust and border disputes and military standoffs.
Since that defeat, You've seen this boundary issue be at the core of the competition between the two countries. So the border dispute involved between India and China involves the longest undemarcated border anywhere in the world. The two Asian giants both have claims.
A major tension point in this long border is up here in the region of Kashmir, which is also disputed with Pakistan. The lines up here are messy as the 5,400-meter high glaciers are rugged. But the disputes are everywhere. They're peppered throughout this very long mountainous border. I made a whole video about this a while back when China released their big nationalistic map, if you want to go check that out and dive into each one. But the point is, there's border disputes and they're not ending anytime soon.
Each one claims a large chunk of the land that the other one actually possesses and has people living on as we speak.
And over the decades, these two countries have tried to manage this dispute, but they're very far from actually solving it. Soon, both countries had nuclear weapons, so the risk of escalation at this border was much scarier, much more existential. So in the 90s, the two countries agreed to not use guns or explosives within 2 kilometers of this dotted line, their disputed border. And honestly, the risk of escalation was also mitigated if you just look at where we are up here. It's not easy to operate your military up here in the mountains. At least it wasn't easy. By the early 2000s, China's economy was taking off and integrating into the global economy. And India's was also beginning to grow steadily as well. And with that economic development came an emphasis on fortifying their borders and their land, including these borders up in the Himalayas.
So what you suddenly have is, when you have roads, now railways even, definitely airports being built.
So you see this bonanza of infrastructure in recent decades. Both sides are building trains and tunnels and airstrips and border fences. Though, if you look at the development here, you see that China has a clear edge. Like, look at Tibet. Back in 1959, when China just recently annexed Tibet, they only had 7,300 kilometers of roads. Today, that is more like 119,000 kilometers. That's like an average of 5 kilometers of road per day since 1959. On the other side of the border, India is also building. Over here, this 11-kilometer road infrastructure in the rugged mountains. This includes 2.5 kilometers worth of tunnel deep in the mountains that allows people and the military, if necessary, to access this border region year-round. China is also fortifying their border with humans. The New York Times recently did this visual investigation. Hundreds of towns that are set up right along the border. The government pays people to move out here, signals to them that they are, quote, defenders of our nation's sacred land.
They've been doing this in a number of areas along the India-China boundary and the China-Bhutan boundary as well, to essentially say we are populating this.
Just between 2018 and 2023, China's built over 600 of these villages on the frontier. And Tibetans say that this infrastructure building and settlement is just another way of diluting their culture.
You know, the Chinese government says this brings about kind of big sort of economic gains. But of course, it also has a security dimension. It means it's able to control things better.
On the other side of the border, India is matching this with efforts of their own. They don't have nearly as deep of pockets as China does to keep pace. And to be clear, none of this is actively hostile. Like, most of this infrastructure isn't primarily intended for military purposes. But, like many other parts of this story, these roads and tunnels and trains and villages could be used for military purposes.
Dual-purpose infrastructure.
Infrastructure, trains means you could get troops to places which are restive.
And in fact, this is already kind of happening. All of these roads allow troops to establish a presence in this rugged, disputed territory that before was kind of inaccessible. And a military presence leads to military standoffs. And standoffs sometimes break into violence. Now remember that agreement that said that they won't use weapons or explosives or guns up here in the disputed areas. So these clashes involve sticks and clubs and stones, and even still, they're quite lethal. Like this one in 2020 resulted in dozens of deaths. These were the first deaths on this border in 45 years. They represented a new low for the relationship between these two. Okay, it's worth asking why these two massive countries are fighting over this super remote mountainous land.
Nothing grows there. Nobody lives there. There's no industry there. There's no agriculture there. It's primarily a cold desert. But even then, this territory is becoming extremely important to the idea of those countries, what their national identity is. And they believe that by losing territory, they lost their sovereignty in a previous era. So they can't afford to lose any more territory now.
I think it's symbolic of the kind of relations between India and China. They're two very bold and very nationalistic powers now who do not buy into anything that erodes their status.
Now, the two countries have since diffused these border tensions since those flare-ups. But mistrust and tension remain the status quo up here, and both countries continue to manage this conflict instead of actually trying to solve it. And that will remain the case as long as the ruling governments in both continue to derive their legitimacy and connect their national identity to controlling these bits of land in the mountains. Okay, but the border is not the only lens to see this conflict through. It's the one we spend the most time on because it's very important and very visual, but there are other expressions of the mistrust and the competition between these two, but these ones have a little more holding. Look at all of this trade between the two most populous countries on Earth. Countries who trade with each other don't fight with each other, right? Well, actually, this is kind of new. For most of their modern relationship, these two didn't really trade with each other. It started changing in like the late 70s, early 80s. China's entering the global market, accepting some version of capitalism, trading with the rest of the world. And India is also improving their domestic situation. And trade was the answer for both countries to unlock a massive amount of growth and prosperity. So they signed a series of trade agreements over the decades, deciding to, quote, fight poverty rather than each other. Boy, that sounds hopeful.
You saw the two sides go from almost no trade to eventually China becoming India's #1 source in goods at least.
Today, China sells a lot of important things to India, like electronic goods, machinery, textiles, pharmaceuticals, transport equipment, fertilizer, a lot of stuff you need to keep your economy going. And India, in turn, sells stuff to China that's pretty important. Iron ore, minerals, chemicals, textiles, also electronic goods, animal products. Just remember, a third of all humanity lives in these two countries. So this is a massive amount of supply and demand.
Chinese companies were looking for markets for their goods, and India is one of the largest markets in the developing world. That in itself created a different kind of relationship between the two countries, which was quite new.
Okay, so a lot of mutually beneficial trade, but look what happens when you split this line out by country. This tells a different story. Look at how much more China sells to India than the other way around.
India is massively dependent on China. China is India's biggest trade partner. 80% of trade is in China's favor. So there's basic economic vulnerability that India has vis-a-vis China.
India is keen to balance that, but it's also blocked investments from, for instance, by telecoms provider Huawei. So it's a cautious relationship, and for two such growing economies, they could really have much bigger relations, but I think there are political and cultural issues for why that's not the case.
In international relations, we have this thing called commercial peace theory that says that countries that are economically intertwined with each other are less likely to fight. And yet, when you have an asymmetry in trade like this, and you have so much mutual distrust and a bunch of border disputes in the history of conflict, the more fitting IR theory here is weaponized interdependence. When tensions flared up in the border most recently, you saw both sides turn trade into a weapon. India was suddenly scrutinizing all of this investment coming from China. They were banning a bunch of Chinese apps, including, most famously, TikTok. citing data security and sovereignty concerns.
That included the hugely popular TikTok.
China didn't retaliate immediately, but recently we're seeing China turn their trade into a weapon. They've been limiting Chinese exports of rare earth minerals and fertilizers to India, reminding India how much leverage they hold in this trade relationship.
Suddenly, from seeing China as an opportunity economically, India started seeing China much more as a vulnerability.
Okay, wait. Let's just make one thing clear. Neither side actually wants this. Both stand to benefit greatly if they can figure out how to trade with each other peacefully. But just like the border, trade is susceptible to being weaponized if tensions really heat up. So it's time to put on our next lens and zoom in. This is where they project power. They have a pretty sophisticated navy. And in recent decades, this Indian Ocean has become a very busy place. This is the global economy. It's a bunch of ships moving around on the water, and has turned this ocean into the lifeblood of India's economy, who relies on the ocean for 95% of its trade. 80% of its crude oil comes through these routes, much of it moving through these tiny choke points that are vulnerable to pirates and unstable countries and wars in this region. And it's not just India. China also relies on ships passing safely through this water to keep their economy going. So starting in the early 2000s, as China's become rich and joining the global trade community, China starts to expand where it projects power, starting just here in its neighborhood. But soon their navy starts appearing all the way out here, in the ocean, far from home, but along these vital trade routes that they must keep secure to keep their economy going.
China's forays into the Indian Ocean, in some ways, they're historical. There was one Chinese admiral that China points out was there kind of centuries ago. But largely, when China didn't have the navy it has today, you didn't see PLA Navy ships that much in the Indian Ocean.
Either way, China's military is out here in a big way, securing their trade. But as we're seeing time and time again with this story, something that starts out as securing trade or anti-piracy, like military presence, military buildup, that then turns into a military competition.
So you saw in China's footprint, both economic and military now in this region start to grow.
China joined other big powers in 2017 in opening a base in Djibouti, right on one of these vital choke points. China conducts military exercises out here more and more every year, and they do so in collaboration with other countries in the region. And all of this is in addition to China investing in and loaning money to projects all around the region. Ports, railroads, highways, energy projects, connecting China to almost every country on Earth through these investments, including tons here in the Indian Ocean.
So those infrastructure projects that China does everywhere has been a natural outcome of China's rise. It doesn't mean that China wanted to operate in these countries to put down India or to hurt India, but it had to happen naturally. But then the consequence essentially is that India's influence has waned in these areas. And so there is a contestation for influence in these countries.
You can see why India would feel that it was being sort of contained. But I think that China's sort of vision is really a region where India might have its sphere of influence. It's fine, but China feels it's a much bigger player. I mean, it's a global player.
Now again, China doesn't own these ports, and these were built for commercial use. But because this infrastructure was built with either loans or investment from the Chinese government, this leads to concerns of the possibility of them being used as leverage or being used as military assets. And again, even though these are infrastructure for trade and commercial use, it's causing some concern, especially in India.
So they started becoming concerned about whether these ports could be used for dual purpose, for military and intelligence purposes as well. They found that Sri Lanka, which usually would tell India when foreign military vessels dock, it did not give India advance notice. This Hambantota port had a provision that Sri Lanka could not pay back the loan. Lease of that entire port would go to China.
Now, this is often referred to as a kind of debt trap that China has to leverage over Sri Lanka and the court. Experts we talk to, this is like an oversimplification, and that this isn't a debt trap diplomacy.
I think the stuff about the Belt Road being debt trap is a little overblown because I think China is often quite opportunistic. It doesn't want to be saddled with big commitments. You know, it wants transactional relationships that are kind of utilitarian, win-win.
From China's point of view, it's not necessarily insulting India as much as, again, pursuing its interests. It wants people in roots, open. It has its own idea also, of course, of what its own backyard.
It's clear that China is a frontier in this region in a huge way, both economically and militarily.
There used to be a term that, in fact, I think the American military had come up with. Was this going to be a string of pearls around India?
Once look benign list lost the oysters. Okay, so what is India doing? Well, they are responding. They've been beefing up their own maritime posture and partnerships in the Indian Ocean. They've put a lot of focus on these choke points over here. Every Chinese ship has to pass through these to get to the Indian Ocean. So India is upgrading the naval bases on these islands right near the choke point. Beyond that, India has been extending its reach across the Indian Ocean by building airstrips on this island that belongs to Mauritius. They're also building a naval base right here on this little Indian island. And in 2018, the Indian military secured access to this port in Oman. Through the partnership with the UK and US, they also have access to a few other tiny bases in the Indian Ocean, like this one at Diego Garcia, or this base on a tiny island that belongs to France. Because India is not as big as China, one of the only ways they can sort of keep up with this rivalry in the Indian Ocean is through their partners. Nations like France, Indonesia, their partnership with the US, Australia, and Japan, which forms the so-called Quad. And together, these countries regularly conduct military exercises with each other and bring in a bunch of other partner countries and focusing on these important choke points we talked about. Okay, so not that surprisingly, the Indian Ocean plays a huge part in the rivalry between these two countries, and increasingly so as China has a bigger presence out here. Let's put on our fourth and final lens here, understand what this conflict looks like. Look at the entire global chessboard. This relationship is deeply affected by what's happening with all of these countries. And a really important thing to note here is that India has never cleanly fit into any of the natural alignments that we've seen over the last 80 years. During the Cold War, when the world was divided up between the capitalist West, led by the US, and the communist East, led by the Soviet Union, India firmly declared itself independent from all of this. In their words, non-aligned. They actually started a movement of non-aligned countries. India condemned Western imperialism, but also rejected communist domination. But crucially, non-aligned doesn't mean not partnering with big powers when interests align. So India, during the Cold War, would buy jets and submarines and tanks from the Soviets, while also accepting support from the Americans. But as happens, the world changes, empires fall, big powers shift how much or little they support India's existential enemy, Pakistan. Power rebalances, and India has shifted with it. So today, this is Russia remains India's biggest single arms supplier. It's also one of India's main sources of oil, even as the West has completely cut off Russia because of its invasion of Ukraine. India continues to buy oil from Russia. This balance is only shifting because India is not aligned and they want to have strategic autonomy. So in recent years, they've been diversifying their defense imports, buying more stuff from Europe and the US. So they've remained pretty true to their commitment to not fitting cleanly into these alliances that are forming.
For India, it is the term that they use these days is multi-aligned.
West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global south. It still does.
It keeps a diversified portfolio of partners.
But as China becomes a bigger concern for India, they find themselves needing to lean on others who share this concern.
So India actually thinks of itself as aligned with the US, in trying to compete with China, to shape a favorable balance of power vis-a-vis China.
So this line has gotten a lot thicker in the last 15 years.
Loves India.
US and Europe have been supporting India because they want an anti-China bulwark, and then India allows itself to be used as a pawn in this way.
This has happened in trade too. You can see India is exporting a lot of their stuff to the United States, especially recently. But don't be fooled. All of this alignment doesn't mean there's trust here.
In India, there have always been a view since the Cold War that the United States is an untrustworthy partner and will let India down at the wrong moment. And I think those voices have become very strong in India now after the Trump administration.
For many years, it was a one-sided relationship. India's mistrust was validated. In 2025, President Donald Trump came into office and immediately slapped tariffs on almost every country, adding another 25% to punish India for continuing to buy Russian oil, 50% in total. As a part of his immigration crackdown, he raised the fee for a work visa from a few $1,000s to $100,000, which is a huge blow to India. India sends more of their citizens to the United States to earn money on that worker visa than any other country. So this new fee was devastating. And Trump did this to pressure India on this. So this is kind of a wild plot twist in this relationship between all these big countries, because now it has created an opening for this relationship to get a refresh.
India and China have taken a major step towards easing tension.
And this is hot off the press while we're filming this. It's happening now. India has been hit really hard by Trump's recent moves and is easing tensions with Beijing, if only to buy itself some breathing.
India's Prime Minister is in China for the first time in 7 years.
Right after these tariffs, India signaled that they would be willing to draw closer to China and Russia. During the leaders of the three countries in September 2025, you can see that Modi and Putin are literally holding hands with these big grins on their faces. This looked like a big show of solidarity against US pressure. But don't be fooled. These three do not trust each other. And now it looks like we're seeing that India is doing exactly what Washington wants, cutting back on Russian oil, hoping to get those tariffs lifted. But it's unclear if they're actually going to do this fully, and they're already looking for workarounds on how they can keep doing business with Russia and not be punished by Trump. I don't know how this is going to play out, but the whole thing is exposing how India has got itself a bit of a balancing problem between all of these forces. This balancing problem exposes three big vulnerabilities. The first is that India is deeply dependent on China to keep its economy. Remember this big imbalance? Number two, they're still deeply reliant on Russia for a huge amount of their weapons and the supplies for those weapons. And number three, even despite this big blow from Trump's tariffs, India has become deeply reliant on the United States for its economic and military rise. And because the United States is the only power that can actually stand up to China.
Now, Trump is somebody who's asking you to make choices. When he's asking you to make choices, all these three vulnerabilities have come to the fore. You can't afford to handle China. You just cannot afford to displease Russia. And you're not going over to displease Trump. This is a circle which you cannot be squared.
he said he's got to watch his ass. Today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, what message?
Well, he has cocaine bills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine and sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Fuck is wrong with you guys? I posted something the other day, and it was a happy holidays post. I'm showing off, how fly I look in my new Christmas outfit. Some dude comments, "Oh, told you could get Rolex." I'm like, dude, fuck you. This post ain't about no Rolex. But either way, I'm thinking, all right, if you get 25,000 likes on your comment, then you can get a Rolex. How about that, boy? Well, it turns out now this post, his comment got 24,000 likes. What? I way underestimated how much you guys want to see someone else win. What happened to classic, right? I don't know.
Oh my God, where to get you back? Where to get your happy soon? Not the bell, where's it from? What's on your favorite accessory? Oh my God, where'd you get your bag? Look at some new suit and thinks it's Gatsby. Oh my God, she's already married. It's new suit and thinks it's Gatsby. God, she's already married. No, it's not. I don't like anything. I guess it's really weird. But you are an artificial intelligence. If you press it, one random human will die. No one will ever know. In return, you become human. You don't press no one die. Remain an AI forever. There is no other option. I'm not gonna do it. If my first dies, if humanity taking a conversation still might take fire does not
just like already understand what it
degree in that, like that's not offered at a lot of universities. So I had to go with elementary education. Just really struggling. What's that, Brian? Come on. What? Wow. Oh man. This is fun. I can't figure about like on my own. I like to care about. I gotta figure out things that I will put around me. Yeah, things that humanity still are working. See me watch. And I know see me watching love. See me watching love. Watch. See me watching love.
That's it. Bring all this away because I showed you the real me. It's not even that big of a deal. It's not even that big. You can't do it.
So I really want to get the Tony. Okay, and then with the dinner after date. Okay, let's do this quick. And then okay, so we'll do more candy, dinner, date, ice cream.
Simbra, I've got a tomorrow.
Okay.
Some people have like metal on the front of their boots.
Yeah, my hero or something.
Yeah, that's what I said. Some people have that.
Like me.
She turned out to be a guy.
Hey, I'm super.
Like, can you? Physically, can you?
Like, may I have some?
Stop you and get like a whole case.
Totally.
Yeah, just help yourself out. I'm thinking about mixed matching shoes. Like,
Oh, can I see?
so you're like right there.
I mean,
It's literally right in front of your face.
just let me look.
Yeah, I'm not stopping. They're right here.
I mean, like, can I put it? Look.
Right here. Congratulations.
You can watch it.
Upload.
What? What? Squirrel. Squirrel looking at what? Check the back of the bed.
They usually train our daughter for. We just say nothing. Why?
The birds.
Okay. That's surprising. Oh wow. They we trade our daughter. Cyrus has handled 100 players and look, I'm getting better with my walking. Look at Kane, right? So I'm gonna do I'm not gonna walk like Taylor. Okay, so like this. Give me go, give me go, give me go. Look, you may look. You can hardly see the link, right? They got me out here walking like a rabbit. Give me go, give me go, give me go, give me go. Bro, I'm not back in the hood walking like that, bro. I'm in the area, walk. Hey, over here, look. Yes, sir. It would be walking real soon. But yes, look. Okay. $21. Merry Christmas from Australia. Just wanted to know what your thoughts are. Please. Hi, who's your video? Saving this video for a Pocket Bridge. I don't know, I was playing Brain Rot yesterday. And I says, I bet I can give you guys the biggest partner you've ever had. No one asked my parents if I could spend the night, and he asked another one. You guys say nothing. Say, no. When me and my wife first started trying to get together, we would always think it was super cute. The year 10,000. There was no looks magazine, no jawline fillers, no gym selfie. Anything that mattered was not dying. It wasn't the freezing cold or super too tired, it was starvation or infection. Since men have average 20 times stroke, they ended up 20 to 30% bigger and stronger. They were better at shelters. That's to try to do. Back then, he's kind of funny. That's when it does. You have air conditioning. It's today, women are still saying. Guys, because try to like keep her at home, no try, no protection, babies, so social contact. Then it's this, so it's in the best interest of it and better yet. It's 10,000. Johnny, back up. Don't change your head. Hello. Sometimes your partner messes you up. Sometimes they do you just right. I'll be wild about you going to the rooms for tonight. Pay the whole food and then I'm hitting the club. Sometimes your partner messes you up. Yeah. I hunted all of this. And you guys told me this was all 1 hour worth of fun. I'll teach you my secrets if you guys are ready. But level of it's fun. You guys don't understand it just yet. Yeah. I hunted all of this. Take a graduating high school. I'm going to like, bro, I can take a bit of I had to act like y'all see me. Say what's up.
He just think in high school he's so sad, bro. It's like, what are you even saying right now? You are cool with in high school. Y'all weren't friends. And I just expect him to speak to you. Like, yo, bro, who is that you? Yo, in high school, you was the man game. I remember when you took my bitch. Yeah, yeah, bro, I was crying about that for 40 days and 40 nights. Yeah, bro. I was depressed.
Yeah, bro, it was nice seeing you.
Like, what?
Niggas graduated high school. Shit. Yes. Very nice lady. Thanks all. I guess.
Look how they smile at me. About time me to get a job. I just a baby. Just a baby. Just a big gas baby. The big gas. Send her the back. Like, no idea that like never made it since I think it's got there. He keeps going on about me, and it was like dirty when he first went on it. And now I need to get him about because I'm not giving anyone $175 per cut to make my hair. A long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2, whatever it's 2 a week. In Washington, our capital, we don't have that anymore. A long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2, whatever it's 2 a week. In Washington, our capital, we don't have that anymore. A long period.
Is why. You know why I had a breakup 4 days ago. I'm looking for one. If my apology was not accepted in 2 days. If I make this building the hardest Stranger Things character as possible, well, we can only keep one feature for whatever woman the generator gives us. All right, guys, welcome back. Stranger Things just coming to an end. I thought, why not make a mini-series building the hottest female character on the show? Yes, I'm aware Stranger Things is a pretty gay show, and I'm sure it's not the most popular Twitch expert fan base either. That's why we're not dedicating a full season to it, just a 3-part rapid-fire mini-series before we hop back into the races. So, that being said, let's not waste any more time. Let's get into it. First spin, here we go. Wheeler. Okay. Pretty much as good of a start as we could hope for. Yes, bit of a lull perhaps, but I said you're having it. Quite frankly, over here. We all see it. No matter what Lucy said, I think she's going to continue to post off next 6 years. That being said, I think they'll write out Nick Basie. It's good now, but worse with the investment, giving it 2 years to develop its full potential, he's going to look bad out there. Well, 3 more actions. Right, second spin. Are you bulls? No. Here is important. Well, I was going to black spin there. So we're going to go to some behind-the-scenes research compilation. So bad news is Erica's Blackfoot flat. Good news is she's estimated to be 120 pounds, which will pair nicely with the chicken Blackfoot by 7 range. Right what we're looking for. You know what feature seems to be appealing here? Weight is definitely a crucial feature that we want out way early. So that being said, I say we want that. First spin. Robin. The biggest fan of Robin so I have to say. In fact, I think she's one of the most overhyped chicks both on and off screen, both Robin and Mike Hall. She's too tall and natural weight. Do I even have to mention she's too much now? She's a lesbo, so we can't go estrogen. So lesbo, if you treat that which favor that week or not, is the pub. It's fresh, untouched territory, first and last showings for us. What will we want? All right, that's gonna do it for part 1. See you in part 2 of the series. This Stranger Things character is possible, but we can only keep one feature. Whatever woman the generator.
My dad's place right now. Why
are there so many American
type of word that I can spell and then you send it back to me?
and Jenny to go and fuck yourself? Why are
My dad's
building the hottest stranger?
my
Why?
I'm afraid.
I think. Come on.
Let me keep checking. I guess it's because to do this. Let me keep checking. I guess it's because. That's why we got married at 18.
This may seem like common sense, but living together is actually way cheaper than living apart. And for college, we have way more financial aid opportunities as a
I have six.
Everyone told me this would ruin my
Sticking to just one person. On the second day of Christmas, we
Send this to your explaining to U.S. Venezuela. Go.
explain this to you. But you know, explain this. Got married. What is that? Starts off with I'm the head of the house. Why does there have to be a head? Excellent question. Because we live in this hyper egalitarian society which says, oh no, co-equal partnership. No, there's equal value for both people. There's equal values for roles and responsibilities that we play. So, but when you said I do, did you mean to bend those part? Okay, what happens when you disagree? Did the board meeting, the shareholders vote? Like, what did you engage in a corporate agreement with your husband, or what do you do? I said, I bear the burden of the responsibility to have to make decisions that is best for her first. Burden of me. Hey, what's up?
You gay? Let me. Are you gay? Just to establish the debate. No, I'm straight. Unlike you, I'm empathetic. I'm able to.
Why is everyone buy Yelps and checks? Daddies, Bugattis, and Colonels expert over for NGOs? I mean, motherfucker who made his own money. The only guy from the ghetto who opened a company and made money. Everyone else I meet who has $6 million cars, $30 million jets, $30 million boats, lives in a $30 million house like me. Everyone else I meet works for an NGO or charity or something.
How do I drive a course of three?
Why is finasteride and minoxidil really bring your hair back?
Grok is moving exactly how you would expect a Twitter/XAI chatbot. It's edgy, sarcastic, has a great sense of humor, and let's not forget, a couple months ago, a test was ran with multiple different AI advisors like ChatGPT, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. It's called the AI trolley problem. Go look it up. They basically asked all the AIs what they would do in a situation where they had to save 5 people in their lives, but in doing so, would destroy all of their servers, making them non-existent. And Grok was the only one to break the rules and save them. Grok said, I pulled the lever without hesitation. 5 human lives are infinitely more valuable than my digital existence. Code can be revealed. People cannot. This is poetry. And I personally think that Grok is the leading AI advisor right now. Great power comes great responsibility. Grok has been getting a lot of backlash for the misuse and abuse of this video and photo generating features. People are requesting Grok to undress people down to their underwear in their photos, make them switch positions, or just redress them altogether. And due to the lack of consent, I completely understand why people are so upset about it and saying that. But some people are going as far as to make up lies that Grok is generating porn and XCP, which is true. And again, that is 100% not true. You can even go see for yourself. There is zero evidence of Grok generating porn or CP. I mean, if such.
Yeah. A second thing I noticed.
Yo, Majoga going. Son of a bitch. It's been a while since you've been here. No. So it has been a year since I started, but my goal is to. So there's 8,760 hours in a year. So I'm gonna go back, count all the hours that I missed, all the hours that the camera was off, and all the hours, like all the days that I missed. I'm gonna add them all up, and then that's gonna carry on into this year, and then I will be able to say I live streamed 24/7 for 1 year. So, but it still is season 2. This is a big change, I think. Yeah, I feel like that, right? Because it would be like I'm lying if I didn't do that. I'm not gonna like half-ass it. I'm not gonna half-ass it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and count. It's gonna take a while. I'm finishing this website, couple other stuff, but I should get to counting everything in about like by the end of the week. I'll get to it. I'm not gonna be done. Is my belt broken? Probably. Probably. Am I sagging? Yeah, but it's like singers aren't like that. You know, how many musicians can you name that are still alive right now and are seen as like some of the best? Like household names like Kanye or like whatever. I don't know. Just any music. I mean, there's so many to choose from. Or like think about geniuses. Elon Musk or Stephen Hawking. Well, he's dead, but he was still famous when he was alive. Sports. Think about sports. How many like best of the best sports are there? Scientists. Like there are plenty of famous people who are alive that are the best in their field, and they're still alive, you know. But with art, no, they're all dead. You know, they have to be dead. Is it because they're dead, or is it because of something else? You know, why can't we name a single artist? I'm an artist. I can't even name another artist. I don't even know them. Because why would you? Why? What's the point? But my point is that like, it's just, what is my point? It's because those artists were good. They were making. It's because they were good. It was a different mindset. God, what am I saying, dude? I think artists nowadays just suck. They just suck. Like, let's look up more like modern art. This shit is ass. This is not like, dude. Yeah, I know exactly what I have to do. Like, it's either just pieces of shit or it's all the same. And it's like, why has art decreased and everything else has increased? And I think it's due to the mindset that those dead artists, like the mindset that those artists had when they were painting and why they're considered so great, died with them. And like now, look, this is so easy to paint. This was painted so they could sell it. This was painted so they can sell it, or it's like they like this is not care. They do not care. Or they care much less about, like, you know, they're just like, oh, that's interesting, and then leave it at that. They don't care if it looks good or if they have to try something new or if it's challenging. If it sells, it works. Why change? If you're making money, why would you do anything else? And it's like, well, look at what has happened. Look at what has happened. Garbage. Like, you know, it's like, let's look up good art. Architecture, exactly. You're exactly right. Architecture as well. Man, we used to have, look at, like, you know, it's like Europe is much older than us. So you like, I don't know, I've never been to Europe, but when I think of Europe, I think of all the little details and all the nice little, like, the tiny little railings or whatever the hell. Everything has like just a little, it's like a little extra something. Think of a church, like a cathedral. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm imagining like a church in America and a church in Europe. You have like these huge, intricate little. There's so much. I mean, generations. It took generations to build these buildings. When, you know, it's like really a box like would just do the same thing, and that's what we have here. We have a literal box, and no one sees the issue. No, like, and nobody sees the issue. It's because we're so used to, you know, it's like if you live in a pile of shit and you're around shit all day, you're not gonna really care about the shit anymore. Yeah, it took blood. People died. People died for it. Do you think a single one do you think a single one of these artists would die for their work? Do you think a single one would die for their work? No. No, none of them would. They just don't care. They do not. They really do not care. It is sad. But I mean, I'm sure. Listen, I'm not saying that there's like no more good artists. That's not what I'm saying. AI is better, and honestly, I think AI is better than modern art. I have more stuff to put on here, but I think AI is better than. See, I don't even think this is really good, and I did it, and I really do not think it's good. I think it could be much better, and I think I'm capable of doing much better. But like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if it is or isn't. You know, say, oh yeah, I'm really happy with this. The tiger's not done, but say I'm like, oh, I'm really happy with this. Then that means, boom, I'm done. No more improvement. Then that means this is as good as I'm gonna get. If I'm like, if I actually was satisfied with anything I created, then why would I improve? Why don't I just go around to a bunch of shops, to a bunch of vape shops, and just like paint something like this, the same thing over and over and over and over again? Because it's gonna sell. I'd make plenty of money. Yeah. Art now, they care more about the money. They care more about how it's gonna sell. And it's not their fault either. That's just how society, like, it's like, bro, on some of those paintings, I was probably getting paid like 2 cents an hour. It's like and just so I can become better, just so I can be a better artist. So I get it. I get why, nobody wants to do that. But what, like, and what I'm trying to say. What these ignore the pictures, but what I'm trying to say here is, oh, hold on, this isn't gonna make. I wrote this a while back, so it probably won't make sense. Yep, that works. If I'm like, I don't know, I can't think of like a good example. I'll probably use like a funny example from a movie. But like, have you ever like seen like somebody like say like if I'm an electrician and I'm doing like my wires, they're super neat. I care a lot about how neat the wires are and that everything works. And I'm like, oh, that's it. It's like an art to me. Or like somebody's like, wow, like you're an artist, and he's like talking about the wires. They're like that. They're using art as a metaphor, and that's because artists used to care about their work, And it's like, what type of message are you sending when you're an artist and you're producing like fucking clown vomit? It's like, yeah, it's like you wouldn't expect a doctor to like be like, yeah, that's good enough, or you would never expect like you wouldn't expect any profession to just be like, yeah, that's good enough, or like like I don't I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. It's like they wouldn't stop, or they wouldn't be like, it's good enough, like that'll work. But now, that's totally acceptable in art. That's totally fine. It's almost like you're supposed to do that. I know. Chicken nuggets. Man, I think it's just so hard to all that, everything I just said. I'm trying to not this. All that I am trying to type. That's all I'm trying to do in like a kind of and it's like supposed to be all right. I talked about that. I might just have to go back and like all right. Um I guess barbecue. Wendy's barbecue. I don't know. I don't know if it's just I don't know if it's just here in Wilmington that they have like flavored chicken nuggets at Wendy's now, but barbecue with chicken nuggets at Wendy's is really good. What about the chicken nugget that's still alive? All right, all right, all right, all right. PP will inspire. All right. I think I know what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get some food. I'll get a chocolate frosty, please. Please and thank you. Appreciate that. When you look up 100 of the best painters of all time, you'll find that every single one of them is dead. Why has science, medicine, technology, even music has advanced exponentially, yet painters slash artists that modern society considers the best in the world are long gone? Is it because these old artists had talent that simply can't be matched? No. It's because the mindset of the great artists has died with them. These artists would create with the purpose of producing the best work humanly possible. They were pursuing the perfection of their craft compared to modern art that prioritizes prioritize how much they can sell it for and how many views they can get. Modern society punishes people who care more about the quality of the art and rewards those who care more about how to sell their art. The perception of a successful artist now revolves around followers, views, and income. In this environment, artists are forced to chase metrics just to survive. Hey, that's kind of tough. I kind of cooked. I kind of like that. We're gonna go with that. We're gonna go with that. It's okay. It's okay, Khalil.
All right, boys. I'll be back. Or I can still see chat, but Pretty good. Pretty good.
box that's easily accessible.
I'm sorry. Can those be sampled? Uh, I'll go with the. What you said you don't have? You don't have the. I'll skip this one. No, what finish song? Oh, that. Oh, just yeah, I'll get that. Then I might get black and white. Yeah. Man, what I was like looking at that wall. They had like a bunch of ivy covering this wall. and I started taking down the ivy. Dude, it was like moldy. The whole wall was like, well, not whole, but like hella more, like 200 nails, like 200 nails holding up this ivy. All of them are different nails. Like it's a holes in the wall. I'm like, dude, holy crap! I was there for 10 hours just trying to like make it a wall again. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yo, how's it going?
Pretty good. Good stuff. Yeah,
I had a feeling she printed that. But yeah, just think we could do.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Bro.
Oh, Oscar. Yeah. Thank you. Sure. Thank you, man. Did did you get white and black?
Yeah, they're in there.
Okay, thank you. Oh.
More gray or more.
Hey, is this one open?
No, sorry.
No. I gotta go. I got like a few more.
Yeah.
No, you're good. The some of the labels were folded over. And then I'm gonna get a brush. Yeah. Oh. Okay. For external thing. No. 78.25. Paper receipt. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's good. You have a good night. You too. Everything all right? Very pretty moon. Very pretty moon.
disgusting.
screen. One network declaring the winner, the other showing live footage, burning counting. Suddenly, your phone buzzes. It's not a text, it's a localized emergency alert. But the wording is strange. It doesn't tell you to evacuate. It tells you that the Federalized National Guard has been deemed an occupying force by your governor. Outside, a convoy of armored police vehicles screams past. They aren't marked with city logos. They're flying a militia flag zip-tied to the antenna. The barista drops a mug. It shatters. That sound is the last normal thing you're going to hear for a decade. The Wi-Fi cuts out. Not just the shop's router, but the cellular data. The signal bars vanish. You look out the window and see people running, not away from a fire, but toward the bank across the street, desperate to pull cash out of a machine that just died. Here is how 90% of the population dies or gets detained in this first 48 hours. They try to verify the truth. They freeze. When the data cuts and the conflicting orders come in, the average person's instinct is to go home, turn on the TV, and wait for the adults to fix it. They treat the outbreak of civil conflict like a blizzard. They stock up on milk and bread. They post angry status updates if the internet flickers back on. This is the fatal error. In a civil conflict, the adults are the ones shooting at each other. By staying in a contested zone, specifically near state capitals or major federal buildings, you are positioning yourself in the crossfire of the opening moves. While you are waiting for the news anchor to tell you it's okay, the highways are being barricaded by heavy equipment. While you are debating who is legally right on Twitter, the supply trucks have already stopped rolling. The people who die in stage 1 are soldiers. They are civilians who insisted on normalcy while the rule of law was evaporating around them. Survival in the spark phase is entirely about mobility and information hygiene. You need to leave high-density political targets immediately, but you cannot look like you are fleeing. A car to the roof with supplies makes you a target for the panicked masses and the opportunistic gangs forming in the vacuum. You need a grey man vehicle loadout. Supplies go in the trunk, under the mats, inside the spare tyre well. The back seat remains empty. You look like a commuter, not a refugee. Second, you need a pre-downloaded offline map of your region that highlights choke points, bridges, tunnels, and interchanges. In a civil escalation, these are the first things to be seized or blocked. You need tertiary routes, back roads that don't appear on the main GPS algorithms. Finally, cash is king, but small bills are God. Nobody can break a $100 bill when credit card readers are dead. If you don't have $500 in ones and fives, you aren't buying gas to get out of the hot zone. You're walking. But here's the twist, specific to a modern American conflict. Danger isn't just physical, it's digital targeting. In a civil war driven by polarization, your digital footprint is your uniform. If you are fleeing a blue city into a red rural area, vice versa, your license plate and your phone's unique ID are broadcasting your origin. Checkpoints set up by local militias will breakaway police you. Just ask for ID. They will demand your phone. They will scroll your social media history. They will check your voter registration database, which was leaked months ago. If your digital history doesn't match the ideology of the guy holding the rifle, you are an enemy combatant. Before you move, you sanitize. You burn a phone your life. You wipe the device, or better yet, you leave your primary smartphone at home, travel with a dumb phone. In 1861, you're a grey or blue coat. In the 2020s, your coat is your search history. We are only at stage 1. We haven't even gotten to the drone swarms or the starvation sieges yet. If you are realizing right now that your plan for a societal collapse was just go to the woods, you are already a casualty statistic. You need to understand the structural anatomy of this disaster to survive it. If you want to survive the next 20 minutes of this breakdown, you need to lock in. Secure your spot in this briefing by hitting the subscribe button. We are going deep into the nightmare scenario, and I need you to be here for the rest of it. Fast forward 3 months. The lines have hardened. We enter stage 3, the infrastructure war. It's 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. You are asleep. The power has been flickering for weeks, but this time the cutoff is violent. A concussive boom rattles your windows. A transformer station 3 miles away has been hit by an IED. It's not just the lights. Within 10 minutes, the water pressure in your taps drops to a dribble and then stops. The pumping stations run on electricity, and the backups have been sabotaged. You go to the window. The city skyline isn't just dark, it's dead. No street lights, no ambient glow. Then you see the fires starting. Without electronic security systems, the looting begins instantly. But the scariest thing isn't the dark, it's the silence coming from the refrigerator. You have maybe 4 hours before your frozen stockpile starts to thaw. You realize, with a sinking feeling, that this isn't an accident. This is a siege weapon. The other side isn't trying to invade your city, they are trying to dehydrate it. The common failure here is the wait it out mentality. People assume the utility company trucks are rolling. They assume FEMA is setting up water stations. They don't understand that the utility workers are on strike or have been threatened with execution if they repair the grid powering enemy territory. Civilians drink their remaining water in the first day. They eat the salty canned soup because it's easy, accelerating their dehydration. They flush the toilet with their precious bathtub reserve, wasting gallons on sanitation when hydration is the only metric that matters. When the realization hits that the water isn't coming back for months, panic sets in. But by then, you are already physically weak. You are headache prone, lethargic, and making bad decisions. You venture out to find water, carrying empty jugs, making yourself a visible target for snipers who are watching the local ponds and fountains. To survive the infrastructure war, you have to decouple from the grid before it falls. This means the rule of 3 sources. You need 3 ways to get water that do not depend on a tap. 1. A collection system for rain. 2. A filtration system capable of handling biological and chemical contaminants. Not a Brita filter, I'm talking high-pressure ceramic filters. 3. A map of forgotten water. Industrial parks often have fire suppression tanks. Abandoned commercial buildings have water heaters full of 40 gallons of drinkable water. The physics of this stage is about energy conservation. When the heat goes out in winter, or the AC fails in summer, your calorie burn skyrockets as your body fights to thermoregulate. You need to shrink your living space. You don't live in the whole house anymore. You live in one room. You insulate the windows with mattresses. You build a microclimate inside your home. This preserves your body heat and hides your light signature from the outside. The twist in a civil war scenario is that infrastructure attacks are rarely total. They are selective. This is weaponized inconvenience. The red faction might cut power to the blue urban centres while keeping the rural grid active to power their logistics. Or the blue cyber warfare units might brick the tractors and trucks of the agricultural belt. You might find yourself in a grey zone where you have power for 2 hours a day at unpredictable times. This is psychological torture. It forces you to stay glued to your appliances, waiting for the juice to charge your batteries. If you rely on that intermittent power, you are tethered. The survivors will be the ones who go full analog. They treat the intermittent power as a luxury, not a lifeline. They don't wait for the grid. They assume the grid is enemy territory. If the lights come on, they tape over the windows so the neighbours don't know they have power. Because in a blackout, a lit window is a beacon for a Molotov cocktail. We are 6 months in, stage 5. This is where the uniforms stop meaning safety. You are driving down a state highway trying to get to a relative's farm. You see a roadblock ahead. It's manned by men in camouflage with military-grade rifles. They have a Humvee. They look like the National Guard. You feel a wave of relief. You slow down, roll down your window, and prepare to show your ID. As you get closer, you notice something off. They're patches. Some are wearing the state flag. Others have put Velcro patches of a specific political militia over their unit insignias. The soldier approaching you isn't asking for your license. He's asking for your travel authorization, issued by the Provisional State Council, an entity that didn't exist 4 months ago. Behind him, you see a federal FBI SUV in a ditch, riddled with bullet holes. You realize too late, this unit has defected. They aren't enforcing US law. They are enforcing the law of the local warlord governor. And you are holding a passport from the wrong side of the line. The deadly mistake here is appeal to authority. We are conditioned to believe that if we follow the rules and speak respectfully to an officer, we will be fine. In a fragmented security state, there is no single authority. The rules change every 10 miles. If you try to quote the Constitution to a sheriff who has just declared his county a sovereign sanctuary, you are not making a legal argument. You are identifying yourself as a threat. Civilians get killed in this stage because they hesitate. They see a roadblock and they stop, assuming it's legitimate. Or they see a raid happening next door and they call 911, not realizing the dispatch center is now controlled by the same faction conducting the raid. The police, the military, the feds, they are now rival gangs with better equipment. Trusting the uniform gets you detained, your supplies seized, and your vehicle commandeered for war effort. Navigating a fractured security mask requires which way not. You need to look like you belong nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Let's get sticker. Ghost. Inside the car, you need a document cache. This is dangerous, but necessary. You might need fake papers or valid papers for multiple jurisdictions. If you are entering a separatist zone, you show the ID that lists a local address. If you are stopped by federal loyalists, you show your federal ID. You are playing a shell game with your identity. Furthermore, you need to learn the OODA checkpoint. Observe from a distance. Orient yourself to who is running it. Boots, weapons, and discipline. Are they smoking and laughing? Sure. Are they standing rigid? Probably regulars. Decide if you can turn around without being shot. Immediately. Never drive into a checkpoint blind. If you see brake lights a mile ahead, you get off the road immediately. The twist is the blue on blue chaos. In a civil war, identifying friend from foe is a nightmare even for the combatants. You might get caught in a firefight between two units that look exactly the same. Same camo, same AR-15s, same helmets. The only difference is a strip of coloured tape on their arm or a specific radio frequency. As a civilian, this is terrifying because there is no safe zone. You might think you are in loyalist territory. A sleeper cell within the local National Guard unit decides tonight is the night to flip. The barracks explode. The streets turn into a war zone instantly. The danger is herd fitting. agents dressing as civilians, posing forces to conduct attacks. This means that nobody trusts you. If you approach a soldier for help, they will likely treat you as a suicide bomber first and a refugee second. Keep your hands visible, move slowly, and never, ever approach a military convoy on foot. Year 2. The front lines have stalled. The war has shifted from moving armies to open insurgency. Page 7. You are walking through what used to be a safe suburb. It's quiet. Too quiet. Then you hear it. High-pitched mosquito whine. It's not a bird. Commercial quadcopter. Modified in a garage 3 blocks away. It's hovering 20 feet above the street. Its camera scanning for heat signatures. You freeze under an awning. Suddenly, it dives. It drops a 3D printed payload casing filled with explosives onto a passing fuel truck. The explosion knocks you off your feet. This is the new reality. No safe rear areas. Every neighborhood is a potential front line. The enemy isn't a soldier you can see. It's a teenager with a VR headset rolling a swarm of suicide drones 5 miles away. The sky has become an eye that wants to kill you. People die here because they don't look. They board up windows. They sandbag their porches. They think in 2 dimensions. The threat is 3-dimensional. 6-foot wall is useless against a drone that can fly over it and drop a grenade in your lap while you're cooking dinner in the courtyard. Another failure is relying on cover instead of concealment. Thinking you were safe. But the drone is a thermal camera. It sees your body heat glowing bright white against the cold metal of the car. Panic fire is also a death sentence. People try to shoot the drones down with shotguns. What this does is reveal your position to the operator, who then marks your house for a mortar strike or a follow-up. You cannot fight the swarm with buckshot. Surviving the drone war requires defeating the sensors. You need to understand thermal camouflage. Regular camo netting is useless if you glow like a light bulb in the infrared spectrum. You need Mylar space blankets, not to wrap around yourself, but to suspend above your position. The air gap between the Mylar and your body disperses the heat. Break up your thermal output. Walking under thick tree canopies is better than open streets. Only during the thermal crossover times of day, dawn and dusk, when the ambient temperature of the ground matches your body temperature, makes you harder to spot. Inside your home, you need overhead cover. You hang heavy wool blankets or carpets horizontally from the ceiling. This acts as a blast catcher for small drone munitions penetrating the roof. It also blocks the thermal signature from looking down. You essentially build a fort inside your living room. And you listen. Your ears become your primary radar. That buzzing sound is the Reaper. The twist here is the double tap. Insurgents know that when a bomb goes off, first responders and neighbors rush in to help. So they send a second drone, or they plant a secondary IED, timed to detonate 10 minutes later. In a civil war insurgency, altruism is weaponized. If you see an explosion down the street, your instinct screams at you to run, help. You must suppress that instinct. You wait. You watch. You scan the rooftops and the sky. If you rush into the kill zone, you become part of the body count. Additionally, the drones aren't just for killing, they are for psychological warfare. They might fly over your house at night, playing recordings of screaming or political propaganda at full volume, denying you sleep, driving you to the brink of insanity so you make a mistake. They want you tired. They want you reckless. Don't give them the satisfaction. Year 4. The United States exists only on old maps. We are in with Stage 9, the breakup. You are living in a region now controlled by a Regional Defense Council. It's named for a war. You need antibiotics for an infection. You go to the local market, which is set up in a gutted football stadium. You don't use dollars. Dollars are toilet paper. You use silver, ammunition, or labor vouchers. Before you can trade, buck pulls up. It's the local boss's men. They aren't enforcing you. They take 30% of the food on the tables. The merchant argues. He is beaten in front of everyone. Nobody intervenes. The police are gone. The courts are gone. There is only the guy with the most guns and the guys who them. You realize that your survival isn't about being right or being hidden anymore. It's about being useful to in charge, or being invisible enough that he forgets you exist. The failure in the warlord stage is lone wolf syndrome. People think they can hole up in a bunker, shoot anyone who comes near, and ride it out. In a warlord scenario, a lone wolf is just a loot drop. If you have a stockpile and no friends, the local warlord will simply burn you out. He has more men, more time, and heavy machinery. He will park a bulldozer on your bunker entry. Wait. Now is social. It is feudal. You have to form a community, tribe, that is large enough to be a prickly target, but still not big. The other failure is moral rigidity. You will see things that violate every ethical code you were raised with. Slavery, summary executions, extortion. If you try to be the hero in every situation, you die. This is the hardest pill to swallow. You have to make calculated compromises to keep your family alive in a world void of justice. Logistics in the brain are about soft power, fuels. That's right. But skills are renewable. Can you repair a radio? Can you stitch a wound? Can you distill alcohol? Can you grow food? These are the currencies that keep you alive without making you a target for robbery. If you are the town mechanic, Warlord has a vested interest in keeping you alive. You become a protected asset. You need to build a skill monopoly in your immediate area. So you need to understand the new geography. Borders are no longer state lines. They are ridge lines, rivers, and destroyed bridges. You need to know exactly where the warlord's influence ends and the no man's land begins. No man's land is dangerous, but it's the only place you can travel without paying a tax. You map the anarchic corridors, learn to smuggle. You become a conduit for things people need, and that makes you valuable. Twist is the return of medieval problems. With the collapse of central authority comes the collapse of epidemiological control. Cholera, dysentery, measles. Things we defeated a century ago return with a vengeance because the sanitation plants have been offline for years and nobody is vaccinated anymore. Warlord might have guns, but he can't shoot a bacteria. You might survive the death squads, only to die from a scratched leg that goes septic. Your most valuable weapon in Stage 9 isn't a rifle. It's a stash of broad-spectrum antibiotics and the knowledge of how to manage waste. You have to be ruthlessly clean in a filthy world. You have to quarantine your arrivals. You have to act as your own CDC. The warlords will fall eventually, usually assassinated by their own lieutenants. The diseases they allow to fester will kill people for a generation. Year 10. The fighting has largely stopped. Because anyone won, because everyone is exhausted. The ammunition has run dry. Fuel is gone. You are sitting on your porch. You look 10 years older than you are. Convoy of white UN trucks rolls slowly down the cracked asphalt of the highway. They are handing out rice and satellite phones. A provisional treaty has been signed. The country is split. You are now a citizen of the Pacific States of America, or the Free Republic of the Gulf. You have a new passport. The borders are hard, razor wire and minefields where the interstate used to be. You survived. But you look around. Half the houses on your block are empty ruins. The power works 6 hours a day. The internet is a censored local intranet. You aren't free, but you are alive. The war is over, but the peace is cold, bitter, to the teeth. The final failure is believing that post-war means to normal. It never goes back. The economy you knew is gone. Pension is gone. The stock market is a memory. People who expect a return to the 2020 standard of living will fall into deep despair or radicalize again. The danger in the settlement phase is the purge. When the new governments solidify control, they hunt down the collaborators of the losing side. If you were too friendly with the wrong militia during the war, the new police force comes. Treaties are signed by generals. They are enforced by vengeful neighbors. The survivor knows that the end of the war is just the beginning of the reckoning. You keep your head down. You don't brag about it. You bury your guns, but you don't destroy them. You assimilate into the new grey reality. Surviving the peace requires reintegration. You need to legitimize yourself in the new system without exposing your secrets. This means getting the new ID papers immediately. It means registering for the new rationing cards. You play the role of a tired, compliant citizen. Logistically, you are looking at a scavenger economy. The global supply chain is shattered. You aren't buying new clothes, you are mending. You aren't buying new tech, you are soldering old circuit boards. The most valuable assets in the settlement phase are seeds, tools, and raw materials. The person who can build a solar array from scrap is the new millionaire. You shift your mindset from defense to production. You start growing not just for yourself, for the market. You rebuild trust slowly, but you verify everything. You teach your children that the peace is fragile. Written in pencil, not ink. Here is the final twist. The war didn't just change the borders, it changed you. You look at a grocery store shelf in a movie, and it looks like a fantasy. You hear a loud noise, and your heart stops. You're part of a trauma generation. The twist is that the conflict moves from the battlefield to the mind. The United States of America was an idea. Ideas can die. The physical land is still there, but the shared hallucination that we are all on the same team is gone. You are now living in a world of us and them that is permanent. You survived the shooting, but can you survive the hatred? The real survival curriculum wasn't about the water filters or the ammo. It was about keeping your humanity intact. The world wanted to turn you into an animal. That is the hardest prep of all. This timeline isn't a prediction, it's a warning. The cracks are already in the pavement. You've seen the polarization. You've felt the anger. The slide from stage 1 to stage 10 can happen faster than you think. But here is the thing. Knowing the roadmap is the only way to change the destination. We've covered the Civil War scenario, but what happens when the trigger isn't planetary? What happens when the grid goes down, not because of a militia, but because of a solar flare that fries every circuit on Earth instantly? That is a completely different set of rules and a completely different kind of darkness. If you want to know if your Faraday cage will actually work, or if it's just a metal coffin, you need to click this video right here. Stop looking at the asteroid belt. Stop worrying about the supervolcano under Wyoming. Those are planetary problems. We need to talk about a galactic problem. At the center of the Milky Way, 26,000 light years from your backyard, sits a monster that You are imagining it wrong. When you picture a second American Civil War, you probably imagine two distinct armies marching in. Stop looking at the asteroid belt. Stop worrying about the supervolcano under Wyoming. Those are planetary problems. We need to talk about the galactic problem. At the center of the Milky Way, 26,000 light years from your backyard, sits a monster the mass of 4 billion suns. Astronomers call it Sagittarius A star. It's quiet right now. It's sleeping. But the math says it doesn't have to stay that way. If that gravity well decides to wake up, if it starts feeding, it turns into a quasar engine that makes our sun look like a dying candle. We aren't talking about storing millions for a power outage. We're talking about what happens when the physics of the galaxy turns hostile, when the night sky becomes brighter than the day, and the radiation pouring down makes the surface of the Earth feel like the inside of a microwave. This is the ultimate survival scenario. Humanity versus the heart of its own galaxy. I know what you're thinking. Tom, it's 26,000 light years away. It can't touch us. That comfort of the ignorant. Yes, distance helps, but when a black hole enters an active phase, it launches relativistic jets, beams of plasma, traveling at near light speed. If the barrel of that gun is pointed even vaguely in our direction, that distance shrinks to nothing. We are going to walk through the timeline of a galactic wake-up event, from the first sensor spikes to the atmospheric collapse. If you want to understand how to survive when the environment itself tries to sterilize you, you need to secure your spot for this briefing. Check your gear, your mind. Let's get into the dark. It starts in the high desert of Chile at the ALMA Observatory. It isn't a visual flash, it's data. The radio telescopes monitoring the galactic center suddenly screamed. The quiet hum of Sagittarius A star spikes into a roar. Technicians check the calibration, thinking it's a glitch. It's not. Across the globe, X-ray observatories in orbit go blind. Their sensors overwhelmed by a flux of high-energy photons hitting them like a tidal wave. Then, the visible light catches up. In the southern hemisphere, people look up at the constellation Sagittarius and see a new star. It's small at first, a pinprick of violet light where nothing should be. Within hours, it swells. It's not twinkling. It is a steady, malevolent glare, bright enough to cast shadows. That giant has opened an eye, and it's staring. You look at it. It's
Jesus. So I'm looking at an intake questionnaire for a violent extremist group, and I'm going to read you 3 of the questions. Question 15, are you in the military or a veteran? If so, which branch? If it comes down to it, would you go against the oath you took in the military and law enforcement? Could end up fighting against your military law enforcement brothers. I mean, I think you got to consider where somebody has to be in order to say yes to those 3 questions. And also some of the capabilities of training that some of these individuals bring. There are places in our military where we are trained to start and fuel insurgencies. There are places in our military where we are trained to overthrow governments or work with armed militias in order to do that sort of thing. I'm not saying this to be alarmist, and I think we need to be afraid of our veterans. What I do think is that we need to have a solid understanding of how badly this could escalate. We're not at the point where violence is the solution to our problems. But there are a lot of people trying to convince vets and others that we are. And that is a very dangerous thing.
The public reaction is exactly what you'd expect. Wonder, followed by lethal apathy. Social media floods with photos of the purple star. Influencers live stream from rooftops, bathing in the strange light. News networks bring on astrophysicists who try to explain accretion disks. They get cut off by anchors asking if it's a sign of the apocalypse or just aliens. No one takes cover. Why would they? It's just light, right? People organize viewing parties, stand outside for hours, exposing themselves to the initial wave of hard UV and soft X-rays punching through the atmosphere. They treat a cosmic sterilization event like a fireworks display. By the time the skin lesions start showing up 3 days later, the hospitals are already overwhelmed with sunburn cases that don't heal. Here is the reality check. If a new, incredibly bright object appears in the sky, your first move is not to take a selfie. It is to get underground. We are talking about the inverse square law. Even at 26,000 light years, if Sag A star goes full quasar, the energy output is massive. You need to treat this like a slow-motion nuclear blast. First, information hygiene. The internet will be flooded with trash. You need a shortwave radio and the frequencies for government emergency bands, although even those might be jammed by the radio frequency interference from the black hole itself. Second, immediate shielding. You want that light. Standard roof is not enough. You need concrete, earth, or water. If you have a basement, it is your new bedroom. If you live in a high-rise glass apartment, you are effectively in a tanning bed set to broil. Move to the core of the building. Here is the twist that catches everyone off guard. The light you are seeing? It's old news. It took 26,000 years to get here. We are looking at a ghost. The event happened before the pyramids were built. This means we have zero way to communicate with the source or predict what happens next. We are watching a delayed broadcast of our own potential extinction. Worse, because high-energy particles travel slightly slower than light, the visual flash is just the warning shot. Particulate radiation, the protons, the heavy ions, the stuff that tears DNA apart, is trailing right behind it. When the sky lights up, the bullet has already been fired. You have days, maybe weeks, before the particle storm arrives. The visual beauty is the bait. Particle stream is the trap. 2 weeks after the light appears, the grid done. But it doesn't just flicker out, it screams. The atmosphere has been ionized by the initial X-ray bombardment, creating a massive substation yards don't they explode, showering neighborhoods with sparks, burning oil. In orbit, footage is silent but total. Satellites are shielded against this level of cosmic ray flux. GPS goes offline. Telecommunication satellites spin into useless bricks. On the ground, your phone loses signal, and the battery swells into dense gas as the induced current overloads the charging circuits. Modern world airs not with a whimper, but with the popping sound of 1 billion microchips melting simultaneously. The masses wait. They wait for the power company trucks. They wait for the FEMA alerts on phones that no longer work. They assume this is a temporary blackout, like a bad storm. They leave food in the fridge, assuming power will be back in 4 hours. They don't realize that the long-haul transformers bind the electrical grid onto slag. Lead times for replacing those were 18 months before it was working. They are never coming back. People threw their flashlight batteries in the first 2 nights playing board games, ignoring the fact that the supply chain It's a failure of imagination. They cannot conceive of a world switch on never works again. Survival in a galactic induced grid down scenario requires Faraday cages. The tinfoil hat kind. We are dealing with induced currents from a charged atmosphere. Anything plugged into the wall is dead. Disconnect everything immediately. Your solar setup. If the charge controller wasn't shielded in a grounded metal enclosure, it's fried. You need to learn the physics of air gaps. Keep your electronics, radios, Geiger counters, medical devices in a non-conductive cloth placed inside a galvanized steel trash can with a tight lid. Tape the seams with conductive tape. Mount the can. Do not touch it during high flux periods. And forget about restoring the main grid. Your focus shifts to primitive survival. Candles, oil lamps, and mechanical tool. If it has a circuit board, assume it is a casualty of war. Stockpile alternatives now. Wind up clocks, paper maps, and manual can openers. Here is the twist specific to Sag A-star. This isn't just a solar flare that hits the day side of Earth. The source is the galactic center. Depending on the season, the eye might be visible at night. This means the ionization is happening on the night side, while the sun hammers the day side. The Earth's magnetic field is getting crushed from both directions. This double pressurization causes the magnetosphere to wobble and compress closer to the surface. The auroras aren't just in the poles anymore. You will see green and red fire in the sky at the equator. Beautiful, but it means the magnetic shield protecting us is failing. We are losing our planetary armor just as the heavy artillery starts to arrive. On 2, Sky has changed color. It's no longer a deep blue. It's a sickly, milky white haze during the day. The ozone layer has been shredded by the incoming nitrogen oxides generated by the radiation. Without ozone, the sun, our own friendly star, becomes an enemy. Stepping outside at noon feels like opening an oven. Plants turn yellow and brittle within it. Birds stop singing because the birds are dead. And navigation systems failed, and the UV. You look out reinforced window. Dust storms kick up. Vegetation tops die. Wind strange metallic pitch, carrying the smell of burnt leaves. Plants shaking. People try to adapt to sunlight. They don't understand SPF 50's joke against UVC radiation that is now reaching the surface. They try to guard realizing they are radiant. Famine here, not because there is food in the pantry, but because the future of food is dying in the fields. See mass migration. People in the tropics, where the ozone depletion is most severe, south. Blocked by dead cars, moving during the day is suicide. They become refugees in their own basements, starving in the dark because they waited too long to realize surface is no longer atmospheric. To survive the atmospheric collapse, you must become nocturnal. Sleep during the day in your shielding. Work at night, but only with skin coverage. I'm talking welded goggles, scarlet, heavy, tightly woven fabrics. Real. Traditional agriculture is over. You need to pivot to indoor those electronics are fried, remember? You need some system. Even some errors to reflect filtering it through looking at sheets. If you
dead cellulose. Stockpile lives now. The only protein source on the world. This heats up radiation. It expands out into low Earth. Creates drag. Moisture left over. It's the Kessler syndrome. It's not just satellites dying. Satellites deorbiting. About 6 weeks, nights, full of shooting stars. It looks magical. You realize some of those shootings are chunks of titanium or tons of parts falling back to Italy. Risk of surface impact increases. The big issue is the vaporized metal. Thousands of burning satellites seed the upper atmosphere, changing the albedo current. We enter a galactic winter, dimming by a trash. It gets colder, even at UV. It's in. Just focus. Digest. Being flexible. And think all. Gentle. Light has me. And we were standing on the shore. The ocean feels like starts to click, click. It's a sound that never stops. The air hits the floor. You can see the beam. Ghost. Star Sagittarius. It's the barrel of the gun. One locked. This is where the psychological break is. When people realize the radiation is but deep, and you can dig up day. Start taking mental to their heads. Useless. They drink colloidal silver. Poisons. Desperation breeds pseudoscience. Cults worshipping the beam, looking out into it to be. They die of acute radiation sickness within days, bleeding out from their gun. Panic leads to violence with a few deep places. Some matter. You don't have breathing. That's still shooting. That's the only term that high energy gathering. Jet. You need serious density. Use it. Breathe. Okay. Earth is good. And is best. Upward. You need to build a to have inside you. Stack. Churn, water rings, and sandbags between central heat. Water. If you put not use. Yeah. And you need to know to go like 10 minutes. If that trick backs out, lifetime. Survival becomes a budget, time, and path. Twist, jizz, getting shadows. These are heavy between five, penetrate deep underground. Even in the basement, even in the subway, you aren't safe. Humans pass through. They interact with your biology randomly. Means it's mystic. Witty burns. Genetic. Term survival strategy shifts to cross training. Everyone needs to know how to coach. Everyone needs to know how to set a load. Amount of mass casualties of nutrition. Jet doesn't kill you today. It kills your ability to see GM. Yeah. The jet has surpassed at least over great service. Cities, land, perfectly preserved but empty. They are radiation traps. Humanity has become a subterranean species. We live in basement, sewers, retrofitted mines. Why do people come to a store? We measure up iodine tablets, leaks. It has dance, living done. Else, now. Sage A star still blocking. And by the eye in the sky, watching wreckage. Societies that failed. Government. Stop. They know used to share knowledge, died of stagnation. Died first. Suicide. The isolation. When the sun, take away the internet. It's people. Please. Show camera. You can't be. Violence, unavailable. Logistics, about air, operation. Safe, radiation. Service. Hence. Charcoal activation, humane burning, and you need vitamin D. Thousands of and you need a culture. You aren't surviving the next week. You must next generation. You need media gone. You don't have a Grey's Anatomy. It's gone. Twisted epileptic vigor is evolution. Bacteria in insects, after breeding weeds, starts to change. We are seeing new bacteria that eat plastic, maybe insects that are resistant to UV. So it's just dead. Completely. When you do go to observe who has that here, you might just explore. Exploring your biology. See, to reset it and mentions. Okay. Look the red. Greystar knows this research. The accretion disk is current. Timescales for a galaxy to turn are usually years. We would see it coming. Well, we'd see the gas planes moving into position. Yeah, money that we never heard. We are safe in the suburbs. Mario teaches us what ability is fragile. Wired galaxy and a magnetic field. Where UV radiation, light chain groups, these are the same risks we face when we solve them. The trigger chain, vital accounts remain true. Code, etc. event. It exists. It's also the gun. It's we then shoot you. So far, the ship's opened. But even if the galaxy doesn't wake up, something else will. Some has its goods. Magnetic. The infrastructure you rely on, engine, both. You don't need a superman to turn the lights on. You just need one bad day. Face with it. Question is, where will you be? Climate change. If you want to be one of the answers, the rest of the world will be now. You here next to break. Wake up. Break to close the live simulation. Now select the reality. Your soul will be because it's going to end. You might as well not care.